Good morning. All right. Hopefully futures are burning out the rest of their little bounce right here. We are pretty close to gamma neutral. All right. Gamma, the fast gamma neutral, I believe, is at 120 or 122. Ups for the rest of the day. Got it. Be careful of it. Yeah. It's like front weighted, kind of like a gamma neutral EMA. I know. I got it. Digging off. They were also having Discord audio issues. No, it was my mic wasn't connecting. Like it was like Discord was doing that like loading thing where it wouldn't let me join properly. You came back quick from destroying Elon's spaceship. Wait, what? No problem, man. Anyone else have an Office 365 Microsoft Live issues? I have not. Boop. Is that not updating or something? Oh, there it is. A little bullish price action here. All right, let me take a look at positioning. See if we're gonna get fucked over again. So positive gamma 4140. 40. The upside gamma is pretty negative, actually. 4145, 4140, 4135, 4130 is very, very negative. 116 million. I mean, it's not nothing crazy like last night, but it should be some nice resistance right here. Right now, the gap is pretty well covered by puts. I mean, I'm gonna watch futures, right, and look for any kind of persistent buying, but futures just rejected off of the lower bound of the wedge. So we broke down through that wedge finally, which is probably kind of a big deal, right? If we hadn't broken down below it before. But if we reject here on like the 41.55 test, you know, we're probably gonna head back down to like the 41.30, and that can put us below gamma neutral, right? So we're kind of looking for a failure here in the we want the upside here to fail, as you know, there's put profit taking, of course, at market open, right? And so, you know, we need to hope that that doesn't swing advantageously for the long side. If the puts remain entrenched where they're at right now, and they don't take too many profits and don't generate too much upside momentum, then, you know, we could start pushing back down after the morning capitulation is over. They're pumping tech really hard again. Yeah, but treasuries are going up. What's TSM doing? Why happy? I have no idea. I mean, it looks like they beat on beat on earnings, missed on revenues. I would imagine that it's up because everybody and their mother thought it was the best short in the world. Because Warren Buffett sold his shares. Well, we're getting much closer to gamma neutral, Doric. SpaceX launch went kaboom. Nice. But now all they do is talk about how it is important for data. Live feed of Elon's face shows he's not as happy. Looks like NASDAQ's down about 54 points today. Russell's down about 70. Dow down about 50. I never hear you mention VVIX. VVIX is a measure of volatility on the VIX. Is it something you track to predict future VIX action? That's not really a great way of looking at it. You know, large divergences between VVIX and VIX can be significant, but they can also just be nothing. CAD going to fill the October gap soon. Maybe over the next couple of weeks. Although I would still say shorting Dow is a better choice given how hard it bounced off that gap last time. Dad, what mean when VIX, VVIX diverging? Tail risk? No. It means that the volatility of volatility has increased. It actually, technically, it doesn't fucking mean anything. I know a bunch of people posted VVIX going up on Twitter last night, but it's actually irrelevant to the price of VIX. Yeah, it gives very, very limited implications. It's like a second order derivative of volatility. There's really no criming VVIX. It's not a tradable. You can't trade it, right? Yeah, it's a derivative of a derivative. I typed that before you said it. I believe you. It's akin to an acceleration of a change in price volatility sometimes. Me and Dork have watched VVIX enough that we could probably tell you that there's times where VVIX does a whole lot and nothing ever happens. Has negative arbitrage been settled on GME? I didn't even check this morning. I got pretty close yesterday. It's at like negative 13 right now. Let's see what it looks like when the market trends down. It's not very far from zero. Let me see what the 4 hours looking like on the IJH is running into a few problems. Kind of getting a little short on liquidity there. Looks like we're finally heading down. Yeah. So 4120 is our gamma neutral. 4122.75, I believe, is our fast gamma. Let me refresh that. I should have some 0 DTE charts now too. Oh, you fucking bitch. 4132.50 is our fast gamma for today. So we're already below our fast gamma flip point. So we should start to see some more volatile downside. Ah. Okay. Sorry. My eyeballs are going wonky. Some nice put interest for 4100 for tomorrow. Building up. The 5-minute still has a little bit of bounce left in it, but the 1 minute does. The 5-minute's starting to look more bearish. The 15-minute looks like a bag of shit, and the daily looks like we're going all the way to the Earth's core. Okay. Did you or did you not? What? See oil today? Oh, look at that. They're shorting oil, Dork. Hmm. Interesting. Who would have thought of that? Who would have been like, I wonder if they'll short oil? But why? It's all part of the delicate balancing act of getting the Fed to stop doing what they're doing. Smug harder, stunk zaddy. Does Freg know about you and Dork? Yeah, he's okay with it. Nice, Sistani. Congratulations. Every time I eat a banana, Dole goes up a penny. Thanks, man. Any opinion on FRC or just another dumb Wall Street Bets post? I didn't see the Wall Street Bets post, so I know I don't have an opinion on it. Did you have more than that? Is there like a specific question? I mean, FRC's probably fucked, but they're getting bailed out in the short term. Or they're the opposite of fucked. If I'm right about the treasury short thing, they might not be fucked at all. They might just have the ability to fuck over people much larger than them. Volume cock rocketing? What? Voice chat? What's going on? Oh, the futures volume? Is that what you're referring to? The futures volume is going up. Yeah. Well, I think FRC has been heavily buying liquid fixed income assets since like 2018. And especially during 2020, 2021. I think FRC appropriately hedged these assets with inflation swaps. And I think when FRC faced a depositor drawdown, they moved to exercise their right to these inflation swaps and mark to market their fixed income securities. And the big banks said, wait, don't do that. We'll give you billions of dollars. And here we are. Maybe not calls on FRC, but maybe not puts either. It's like I mean, like well, actually, it could in fact be a swaption. Generally, you know, you're protected by you're receiving payments on your swaps, but you can close the position for the difference. You can cash settle them. What are you basing your FRC theory on? Not trying to troll. I'm truly asking. Well, FRC must have presented some risk beyond simply the Fed backstop, right? Because otherwise, why would the big banks have bailed them out? The big banks didn't bail out SVBA. They didn't bail out Signature, right? Why did the big banks satisfy their depositor debit at FRC and nowhere else, right? FRC and Credit Suisse are the keys to this puzzle somehow. Credit Suisse on the swap exposure side, FRC on the regional banking side, like the purchasers of the inflation swaps. Remember all these small banks were getting these massive depositor inflows from, the not only just their average customers, right, but like all the businesses that were getting the fucking pandemic loans, right? So they were getting these massive inflows of deposits all the way through 2020 into 2021, and they had nothing to spend the money on, right? So they were buying huge amounts of these fixed income securities at low yields, right? So I mean, it's either they're extremely exposed to the rate increases, right? But they've hedged those rate increases appropriately, and then thus present massive risk to the banks that counterpartied those swaps. Or alternatively, um, they bought like liquid. Uh, let's not say liquid. Let's say they bought more highly liquid corporate bonds that are now in a position of facing extreme credit risk on the spread. Yeah, FRC does have a lot of commercial real estate exposure. I'm aware. Yeah. Their CMBS exposure is quite high. But commercial real estate right now experiencing what residential real estate has yet to, which is a significant contraction in pricing. I mean, we know who sells swaps, but we don't know who sold the swaps, right? I mean, anybody selling swaps back then wouldn't have been very afraid. Inflation was moderate, right, and transitory. It didn't look like we were going to see another cycle of Fed rate increases after the Fed pulled back rates, right? So they probably got into those protective swaps very cheap, and now those protective swaps are very exposed. I mean, counterparty risk is much higher now because yields are up, and they're covering the difference in that maturity or that yield, right? So basically, when you enter the inflation swap, you're saying, if yields go down, I'll pay you. However much they go down over the next, however long your swap is for. And if yields go up, you pay me a payment while yields are elevated. So it's a hedge. It's a hedge against, so if you're buying treasuries at 1.87% yield, and you think in the future those yields might go up to 3%, you would trade an interest rate swap against those, to protect any potential losses from your par value. It's funny people say, bro, they're going to turn all these offices into residential buildings. And my response is, who's going to loan the money in this interest rate environment to rehab? Yeah, it's a good question. And they'll fall into disrepair and they'll be more expensive to fix after a recession. I'm not overly fond of the second bounce here. Bears are still moderately skittish, actually. Hmm. Although, yeah, the leverage still favors the downside right now. We're not seeing the same craziness as yesterday. Unless that comes in some meaningful way. I'm not really worried right now. Yeah. Not super worried. Sorry. Another slightly lower high here. Hmm. She's the 20th. Hmm. Well, I would expect if we were going to see volumes moderately high over this bump, but it's falling off. I don't see a lot of call interest coming in here, like at the money. There's still call interest at like 41.50, but everything south of 41.50 is still pretty negative. 41.35. That's pretty strong. Gorks bidet, spirits, holy dingleberries. Can this clown bull head and shoulders flush like a high velocity Japanese toilet? Here's $5 because I'm so bored. Yeah, the consolidation and the lack of slipping gamma neutral is fucking annoying. And here at 41.33, we're just right on the edge of the downside of like the faster gamma neutral. Yeah, we still really want to see the underside of 41.20. Otherwise, our range to the downside remains limited. One second. All right. Seems like a pretty strong repeat of yesterday. We'll see. I think assuming 2 days are the same is probably a mistake. 58. That's bearish. YouTube stuck? I don't know. Is it? I don't think so. The video rejection 280 will bring everything down. Probably. Assuming 2 days are the same is a mistake. The past 3 weeks of VVVVVVV would like to have a word. I mean, they're VVVVV until the day they're not. So smaller banks with the swaps get money from the big banks to prevent them from exercising. The small banks then put money in NVIDIA. How close am I? I mean, I don't know if that has anything to do with NVIDIA. The 50 yesterday, 77 or so today puts us 127 through the 200, 300 you're expecting to see for SLD, right? Yeah, about. Generally, I measure it from the high to the low of the period when I've back tested it. So from the high, whatever the high Wednesday is, right, to whatever the low by the following Monday is. We can get that gap, Gurk. Bear's too scared. Oh, son of a bitch. Hold on. Mm, 4130 is holding up pretty well. I don't see a lot of capitulation at 4130. Put buying's still not strong, but call buying isn't really either. Nvidia's starting to fail. Mm, yeah, NQ slipping a little bit. We need VIX up. I need to watch Upstart. Lower high here. What's propping up NVIDIA so much? What will it take to come back to reality? It needs to fall through gamma neutral. Um, I think a large part of what shot NVIDIA up yesterday uh, was people pulling back covered calls sold for OPEX while they were profitable at gamma neutral. I think they'll reposition those covered calls. I don't know if they'll reposition them lower, but I think they'll reposition them. So y'all know NVIDIA is overvalued, but speculation on AI and the desire to be early on what might shake out to be world changing makes makes its strength makes sense to me. That's good. It doesn't matter if NVIDIA can change the world if their fucking revenues are going into the toilet. Sorry, I forgot to like the stream. That's absolutely okay, Jason Bowers. You and everyone else. My puts on NVIDIA are June through September. You think that's enough theta for this nonsense? Or should I cut the Junes? I don't think there's anything wrong with the Junes. Depends on how far out of the money they are. But um, probably nothing wrong with them now. I mean, you're still 60 days, a little more than 60 days out, right? That's all good, Theta Decaying Corpse. Don't worry about it, man. $255, $260 strike on June's. Yeah, it doesn't seem bad. Look adorable in the bear costume. Thanks, Sean Bees. There's such little SPX volume on this trend. I know. I don't like that, by the way. It makes it too easy to shift momentum if anyone wants to. Man, NVIDIA just does not have any buyers above 280 at all. Good morning, Garrick. You mentioned pulling back CCs sometime this week on GME. Is this just good practice while selling CCs? Taking risk off the table, even if the strike is out of the money. Yeah, generally speaking, it's pretty good practice. If you're profitable and you still have a lot of theta left, GME theta is not very valuable, right? So it generally doesn't hurt to pull back and reposition. Obviously, holding covered calls open through OPEX presents a risk, if nothing else. Why does day trading NVIDIA feel more like trading SPX a few months ago? I made a bunch today on NVIDIA. I don't know. It's okay. I've day traded it a few times. Its runs aren't always very sustained though. Like it doesn't like its momentum breaks down super fast. So it's not my favorite day trading target, but it's all right. I guess if you know it's gonna pump between 275 and 280 over and over again, it's not bad. Is Wall Street bets bearish on Nvidia? I don't know. I think it's kind of like a mixed bag. If you were buying zero DT calls on the dip, you 3x your money in these last couple of days. On what dip? On SPX? Or last couple of weeks. Well, we don't know if it's massive tail risk for JPM, but it could be any of the other big banks too, right? They all came in to bail them out. All of the regional banks are trading low. On Nvidia, the problem with Nvidia is it doesn't have zero DTs every day. Day trading so that you know inside and out, or finding a specific target to trade each day. Um, it helps to understand the levels that it trades at and where its options are. So, I mean, it's generally better to trade things you understand. Nice, Genghis. Congratulations. Capitulation look done yet? Yeah, I don't think any put sellers are selling right now. They don't seem to be falling off the chain very hard. A few, but more building up at 4130. So some of the further out of the money ones, like 4100s, 4075s, are flipping back and forth, but the 4130 strike is staying pretty bearish. 4135 is still decent too, and 4125. Looks like we got well, somebody bought a bunch of 4100s there. I've been paper trading for about 6 months, getting consistent. Is there anything I should know about getting fills that is unrealistic with a paper account versus live? Thanks. I mean, you're not always going to get the fill you want live. Sometimes you need to chase the fills. I mean, usually if you're buying when volatility's low and volume's low, you don't have too many problems. But yeah, you'll experience some slippage in a live environment that you won't paper trading. There's no major downside for SLD. Is downward OPEX anticipated? No correlation. I don't think there's really a correlation there. I think generally speaking, if we have flat SLDs, OPEXs are usually pretty bullish. Yeah, but to be fair, the stronger buy interest generally doesn't pick up until calls get cheaper towards the middle of the day, right? So I'd really like to see us a bit lower going into the midday and outside of the range of any potential push to the upside. Put buying remains light, but higher volumetrically than calls. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Who's Phil? I have no idea. Die NVIDIA RTX 4070 to $100. What positions were you holding going into the COVID crash again? I had let's see, I had SPXS. I can't remember what strike. I had SQQQ and I had SPX 30. Oh, what was it? I had like 3200s and 3000s. And then I had some Vega plays at like I think it was 2750. I had some nearer the money, but the big part of my position was like the 3200s and 3000s. I didn't actually expect like the market to crash, right? I thought we were just gonna get like a really bad correction. It just happened to keep going. I had VIX calls at the time. I don't really go long VIX anymore. Not in that way. What else did I have? I had some puts on some other shit too. It puts on Walmart. Fuck, I'm trying to remember. There was someone else I had puts on. It was a smaller position, but I don't remember. Thoughts on Express as an OPEX play? It could. And it has in the past. Wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, if we break above, well, so if we break above 41.75, what JFresh is referring to, if we break above that short call interest at 41.75 through like 40, it's really like through 42.50, these short calls are going to squeeze out, right? And the market will rocket. Yeah, I'm watching them. What do you think of shorting ocean shipping companies such as Maddox? The revenue, net income, and cash on hand has been down a lot, quarter over quarter. Bookings down a lot. Yeah, I mean, there's a pretty big contraction in like industrials and manufacturing, so I'd expect shipping's probably getting hit as well. You could. I don't know how long the contraction will last, right? Industrials and manufacturing are kind of experiencing almost the worst part of the bullwhip right now. As that moves over to like, consumer durables and non-durables. Are you going to wait till Monday to sell off your SLD position? I think you said in the past, the closer we get to the end of SLD, the riskier it is to hold on to the position. I don't know. Probably. Some of it I'm gonna hold through the weekend. Some I'm probably gonna close by tomorrow. Did you have any jobs before you became a full-time trader? Yes. I'm trying to find employment right now, but things look pretty tough. Things look pretty tough. Yeah, I've had a lot of different jobs. After school, I worked in finance for quite some time, and then um, I worked in logistics for a while. After I got kind of burned out on finance, before I started trading. Before I went to school, I worked as a bartender, or like while I was still in school. Should be jobs everywhere right now. 45.75 Moss next weeklies. Just saying. All right. A gay bar? No. I worked at a restaurant and then a nightclub. I was a bartender at a restaurant for a while, and then I worked at a nightclub. Greg invented the air fryer and has been working on living off the royalties. A bouncer? I worked as a bouncer for a little while when I was like a sophomore. Like they gave me the bar I worked at, they gave me extra shifts as a bouncer if I wanted them. Very few real job openings. Most they're actually hiring are low paying service sector. Big companies have tons of posting, but they're just collecting resumes and not actually hiring. Huh. Did you crush skulls? No, it wasn't, and we never really had anything that bad. How did you tolerate serving people? Well, they pay you. I don't like being a waiter. That's bullshit. But being a bartender is fine. I had two headhunters call me for an emergency position they were trying to fill yesterday, paying 30K less than average for this area. That's why it's an emergency. I didn't go to NYU. I was never a janitor in an Ivy League school. Those positions are incredibly hard to get, actually. It's union work. I had 8 interviews this month, and I haven't heard back from any of them. Maybe you suck? Why are people interviewing you so much and not hiring you? Yeah, I got this friend who trades stacks. He's wicked smart. Anything you learned about people during your bartending days? Yeah, they suck. Maybe. Well, maybe I mean maybe it's not you, but maybe it is, right? I'm not saying that you're like an awful person or depressing or anything, but if you've gotten 8 interviews, like I feel like those people are probably more committed to hiring. So why aren't you getting the jobs? Sometimes you gotta, don't be afraid to get your hands under a mouth dirty in order to get the position. This is, it's a competitive world we live in. You could try my method of getting jobs in finance, which is make friends with rich kids, party with them until you have enough information to blackmail them, and then tell their dad that you want a job. Am I following in the steps of Girk? I've been bartending for 8 years, both restaurant and nightclub, now learning to trade. Do I stream after you retire? Am I your apprentice? Whatever you want to believe, man. What's wrong with the market makers today? Every buy order I place gets filled at the bid. I don't know. Maybe the market maker is as bored as we are. Bartending taught me that some rich people are okay and some are jerks. Yeah. But all of them think their success has no luck involved at all, and it's only due to their hard work. Yep. Is there a recommended way to approach the topic of giving a hand job with a potential employer? I don't know. Try to be creative with it. I mean, you don't want to just lay it out there, right? You could be like, there were some skills I forgot to put on my resume. And then, you can tell if they're a perv, if they're like, oh, really? Or if they like grab their pen and they're like, oh, would you like me to jot them down? Then you can back off. Or you can be like, no, no, don't worry about it. You know, try to play it cool. I got my current consulting job by lying in the interviews. I faked it till I made it here, and then got my new job as director of business development by surfing with this rich dude and his friends. There you go. I really wish this thing would stop fucking bouncing. I don't know who the fuck that is. Just say I'm a hands-on type of worker. Gross. Hmm. They're monitoring housing listings and seeing if they're getting registered as sold. Nothing is selling. They're just pulling the listings and marking as sold. The Feb listings are coming back now. Interesting. Yeah, people get drunk and way overly honest with their bartenders. Datrix. Sometimes that's fun. Sometimes it's weird. Yeah, I agree. I think most people lie to get their jobs at some point in the interview process. Should I cut June puts? I mean, you've got like quite a lot of time. I guess you could if you want to, but bear. I don't know. Futures are kind of driving for 4160 here. I don't know if they're gonna fail or not. These fucking bear flags, man, are just like they never break down. It's ridiculous. Well, employers have to know that, right? They have to know that everyone's lying, right? And you just kind of throw them in there and see how they do. And if they're smart, they'll learn quick, right? And then they'll probably be a okay employee. Working at the airport, some lady sat there and cried to me about losing her mother and told me how the last convo they had was a fight, and I couldn't have felt more awkward. Yeah, that's when it gets weird. Like during the slow times when people want to tell you all their personal problems. The amount of employers that don't fact check is a lot higher than you think. It's most of them. Yeah, I saw what you said. It was like, yeah, I fucking hate Mark Wahlberg. I definitely want to work here. No, of course I don't do drugs while on the job. Entity is just not as over leveraged anymore. Or just too much fucking call buying, right? I mean, we're getting pretty like drastic overnight drops. It's just not really taking us below gamma neutral. If we don't break gamma neutral, then there's no follow-up slide, right? There's a lot of sold fucking puts out of the money right now, and they do not want to be pushed in the money. Hey Girk, I've been digging into Express and only see undervalued amazingness. Please stop me back into reality. What are the largest threats and weaknesses there are to the stock price and company that could rug pull me? I'm an accountant and I only see numbers on a 10K. Thank you. I am my biggest concern with Express right now is the lack of confidence in their leadership. Um, I think their success is going to be determined by their management. Um, and if their management really commits and does something with the company, I think they'll be very profitable and do well. And their stock price will definitely go up, right? Which is the valuation, discrepancy that you're seeing that's very obvious in their financials. But they're kind of a little timid. I don't know. I mean, they've got previous success, but it could be a case of saying a little, doing a lot. But only time's really gonna tell. I wasn't very happy with their last earnings call. I thought they could have been a little more confident in the future of the company. But they've been underwater for a long time, so it may take a few small successes for them to really get on track. There's always that people element. But yeah, I like it. I mean, it seems like a good value play. I interviewed someone who didn't review. I waited a really long time to buy into it. I interviewed someone who didn't review resume after the headhunter edited. Asked about the skill list as high experience, but they never touched the software. Interview ended there. That seems reasonable. Did you buy back your covered calls yet? No. They're based in Ohio. It's difficult for them to feel excited about anything. That's true. Can you make my 410s go in the money? I would love that to happen. What if people don't want to wear Express anymore? Zara seems like too strong of a competitor. I mean, they were doing well until people stopped going to malls, right? But they just made an acquisition of a e-commerce company, so hopefully they move more into that sector. I think that sector is better anyway for fast fashion. Ah, yes. Happy 420. I don't smoke weed. Why would I make a 420 stream card? I mean, the people who make the stream cards do, and they forgot. Maybe they were high. No, I really don't. I'd prefer if we don't see very much repositioning at all and we just go down. What do you vape? Nicotine? Do you ever smoke it like an occasional party or anything? No, never. I fucking hate it. If you wanted to reduce your work staff, tomorrow would be the perfect day to do random drug tests. What's up, Girk? Barry here. What's up, Barry? Girk here. How you doing, man? I went from welding apprentice or a pipeline company to electrical engineering. Zero training. Literally just read some textbooks before my interview. Now I have a senior position at my firm. Well done. Temu is becoming more popular. My female friends aren't buying from Amazon much anymore. I think with their Bonobo acquisition, Express is targeting the male side of that sector, right? Don't they do men's clothing, Bonobos? Maybe they do both. I can't remember. No, I didn't buy back my covered calls. Can you draw on a sending wedge? Yeah, but it's not breaking down fast enough, Dork. I don't like it. Every time I draw one of these, it fucking breaks up. Am I the only one who hasn't lied in an interview? I don't know. Are you? Well, we're confessing I'm an analyst for a multifamily REIT, and I have absolutely no interest or knowledge in real estate. They sell both. Okay. Express used to have structure back in the days. I don't recall. I don't think I ever shopped there. Bonobos are matriarchal. Yeah, we all took fucking anthropology 101. We get it. If you really want the job, the best response is do you have any questions for me is when can I start? Oh, nice. Very brash. That's the cocky approach. I think they do both, but specialize in, or at least got their start for men's pants. They actually had a great product before they got bought by Walmart. I'm not sure how they look now. I have no idea. I know Express bought them a lot cheaper than Walmart did, so that's a plus. How do you make money on things like Express and Fubo without increasing your position size? I've increased my position size on Fubo several times and a few times on Express. It's jokey, but it also says you're into them. Oh, yeah. Okay. Treating it like a date. What's your greatest weakness? Honesty. That's not a weakness. I don't care what you think. Lying with work is the best time to lie. Need a day off, make up an excuse. Miss work from drinking too much the night before, lie. Not qualified for the job, also lie. Huh. Yeah, I see Baba. It's down like 1% today. Bonobos also, much like my wife and the mother of my child, spend much of their free time lounging around and engaging in casual sex with multiple partners. I'm sorry to hear that, Ghost of Dan. Or I'm not. I don't know. NVIDIA is showing us the future of SPX. Hopefully. To be fair, every time SPX looks like it's going to break down, it just breaks back up again. So maybe if they'd stop buying futures, but that hasn't happened. I don't know if they're trying to test like 4165, but then like if they do test 4165, are they just gonna try to like push back into the fucking channel again? Ugh, gross. They offered a position at a company where in the interview they asked if there was anything they should know about me that they didn't ask about. I said, aside from my rugged good looks, well done, Pterodactyl. The best question to ask an interview is, what am I doing here? What has my life come to? Oh God, this isn't how it was supposed to go, and then cry hysterically. Okay. Equities down, indices up. That's the way we like to fuck. What does GME's current price action mean for OPEX? Fuck all? You mean GME's momentous climb from 280 to 221.57? It doesn't mean shit. I didn't get the job at Fruit Loops, Gork. I'm sorry. I mean, OI doesn't look that much different. There's some more puts coming in. 4100, 4125. 4130's getting a little more robust. Everything else is about the same. We did get some in the money puts, which was interesting. It's also hard to tell how many of these fucking puts are sold. I mean, there's right now on the chain there is a fucking obscene number of sold puts. And if VIX spikes and the market drops, those puts are going to rapidly go up in price, and the sellers of those puts are going to be super fucked. Because the market maker is not going to hold the bag for them, right? And if that happens, well, that'll be interesting. No, Nvidia's not below gamma neutral. As much as I wish it were. Gamma neutral on Nvidia is at 265, 67. So it's got a ways to go, and it has to not bounce on 275 here. That would be ideal. I found that most hiring managers are at least middle age, and therefore they can relate to existential crises. Oh, okay. I was lying my way through this interview, and my dad told me, "You know nothing of this industry. Go grab that broom and start sweeping." How do I get into the 200 to 250K salary range? I don't know what you do. Around 100 BPS of SLD completed so far. Roughly, yeah. In your opinion, what's the ultimate Sando? Oh, come on, just break down through fucking the fast gamma neutral. Bounce, you piece of shit. Down. Down, down, down. Fucking nonsense. Sorry. God, we gotta bounce. VIX is almost at 17. Can't have that happen. Fucking clown bullshit market. Where are all those puts at? Largely around like 4,100. Sandwich? That depends. I don't know if I have like a favorite sandwich. I have a lot of different favorite sandwiches. Right now, I really want like a grilled chicken pesto panini with sun-dried tomato, artichoke heart. Ooh. So some FRC CSPs at 14. Gambling. Let's fucking go. Nice. Would you say 40/50 is out of the question for this SLD? No. I think we just need to break a gamma neutral. If we don't break a gamma neutral, which we just bounced off of again in the most annoying possible fucking way, then yeah, it's going to be a lot more difficult for us to see any relevant downside. The fuck is an avocado heart sandwich? No, chopped cheese is disgusting. Miracle Whip is even worse. Roasted red pepper, mozzarella, prosciutto. Mozzarella, prosciutto. Okay. No, like Calabrian chili oil or anything. Just roasted pepper, mozzarella, and prosciutto. Oh. Fried Lebanon bologna in Swiss. Interesting. On a dark rye. That's a lot of intense flavors. Fucking puts, man. Have you had Lucali's in Brooklyn? That's all right. Spaghetti burrito. NVIDIA's gamma neutral is 265. Turkey bacon, roasted red pepper, provolone, pepper, jack cheese, pesto, mayo, sun-dried tomatoes, pepperoncinis, tomato, hint of cayenne. Spinach is the best sandwich I've ever had. Why is the turkey there? You have all these big flavors and then turkey. Is it just like for substance? It doesn't sound awful, but I feel like you wouldn't be able to taste it. Maybe if these fucking assholes actually bought some puts. There you go. Yeah, buy puts. Don't sell the puts, you fucking idiots. My favorite sandwich is the McChicken. Spy 412's equalizing is all. saw Greek tell Wolfgang Puck that he uses too much salt once. If you're not using Chat GPT to polish your resume and prepare an interview Q&A, you're behind the curve. Interesting. It's the filler and sponge of the flavors once they're all together. You'd think the bread would act as the flavor sponge, as is its job. I've had liver and onions. Yeah, I'm not a big fan, but I've had it. You're saying the difference between bought and sold options? Isn't there always a buyer and a seller? Yes, there's always a buyer and a seller, but one of those parties is delta neutral, right? And thus further assumptions can be made. Gurk, can you draw a few lines on the daily chart of SPX for old time's sake? What? I already did, didn't I? There's on the daily. The Word Cafe is pushing turducken, which is some combination of turkey stuffed with a chicken, stuffed with a duck. Gross. $61K, 450, 4150C volume so far. Is that right? Let's see. It's the wrong date. I'm seeing 28,000 volume on it. Besides oysters, what's the worst food poisoning you've had? That was mussels, but let me think. It's one time I was drunk in Las Vegas and I ate a Costco hot dog and I got sick as fuck. That was probably the worst food poisoning I ever had because it was like 110 degrees and I was shit faced. I'm not even sure if I got sick from like the hot dog or like the chopped onion thing. The chopped onion thing looked disgusting, like not sanitary, and I was just wasted, so I didn't care. I'm 84% on my 1550 CCs on Upstart. I don't like the gap from 1250 to 15 in May's chain. Should I look at weeklies? You could, yeah. The bears are skittish because they've forgotten their roots. You need to fill the stream with salmon and remind them of their powerful paws. I don't think we have anything to do with it. Hot tip, don't go to Golden Corral Buffet around close. Or just don't go there. Why the fuck would you be at a Costco in Vegas in the first place? We were getting booze. Have you ever bought booze in bulk from Costco? It's amazing. Yeah. What the fuck do you think we were doing there? We were picking up a new vacuum cleaner. We really wanted some polyester clothing. Actually, one of my friends did have to buy a shirt. And we got gas. Some of you don't know how to party, and it shows. You were like, yeah, let me grab a hot dog real quick. No. I think I asked my friend to get me like a smoothie or something. And he just came back with like 5 hot dogs, and he's like, you need to eat something, you're gonna puke. And I was like, that's probably true. So I ate the fucking hot dog, and then I got food poisoning. And then I got to spend the next like 18 hours rocketing a handle of vodka out of my ass. It was awesome. Why does SPX look like it's gonna bounce? Well, it's trying. It probably is going to. Although futures do look like they're continuing to sell off, SPX does not. Hmm. Sounds like your friend poisoned you. Maybe. Contaminated green onions served at Chi-Chi's location near Pittsburgh led to more than 600 cases of hepatitis A, killing 4 people. Jesus fucking Christ. My garbage man literally hit my fucking car. Awkward. Well, go get his insurance. Sorry to hear that, Celtic. Can you internalize SPY SPX? SPY you can. Remind me of your target on Fubo. $8 to $13 by 2025. End of 2024. Maybe his car is garbage and the truck was doing what it does naturally. Don't you get like a vaccine for hepatitis A? The supervisor's coming out. It's not horrible, but where it was parked, I have no idea how the dude missed it. Yeah. Maybe he's tired. Shit happens. Sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. Can you start giving the fair price of SPX at the end of the day so I can go to sleep at night? We're very far away from that price. Steady growth. I mean, it's the Fubo PT is contingent on the company hitting their long-term plan for profitability. This fucking gamma neutral is killing me. We're below it, if that makes you feel any better. The shitty part is I think GN on ES is like 4,100. We're very far from that. Any idea where Tesla may bounce? I hope it fills its gap to the downside. I mean, that's kind of what my longer dated puts were betting on. There's a gap down at like 154 to 140 something, 146. The IV crush was actually kind of intense. But all my puts are in the money now, so. Also, none of you guys were reminding me to hedge Tesla yesterday. Just saying. Fast GN's now at like 132.50. Man, I've been buying puts on Tesla for like 3 weeks. It was in Pickles Picks. I was supposed to close my puts before earnings, but then I forgot to hedge it because I was focused on getting fucked over on SPX. Bank going for 3,100. Ooh. Looks like bank's failing 3,100. In my defense, I was trading Bobby yesterday. Gross. Is that dead yet? Oh yeah. Jesus. Gave it all back. GG's on Tesla. Thanks, NW. Congrats, man. That's awesome. I didn't accidentally make a shit ton. I mean, I was buying puts on Tesla for a while, but like I meant to hedge it yesterday. I just forgot to. And then I was like, ah, fuck, I'm not hedged. But then their earnings were shit, so it worked out. I DM'd you a 420 card. I'll use it tomorrow. That's pretty good. FSLR's been coming down pretty nicely since Monday. My puts are still out of the money. I picked up some 210s on it. What's fast GN? It's like a forward weighted gamma neutral. So it takes into account fewer contracts and shorter expiries. So it's not as important as actual gamma neutral, right? But it's just the gamma flip point that we've discussed in the past, but I think it's a more accurate way to describe it. BT, you're gonna keep going down some more first? I hope so. I'd like to buy some more of it. VIX is the measure of volatility on the SPX based on an auction of 23 to 27 day to expiry options spread. Anything indicating momentum shifting to either direction, or will we be channel locked for another hour? I mean, we're falling a little bit more into the bearish range. Can the zero SPX DT strategy in your theory also work the other way to further catalyze downside move, or is its only use for stabilization? If we got that kind of options flow in the other direction, the market would fucking crash. It's far more effective on the downside than it is the upside, actually. Because remember, in a positive gamma environment, the market maker is selling into rising prices. So when you're trying to pump with zero DTEs, you're constantly fighting against the market maker for upside, right? But in a negative gamma environment, if you have someone buying shitloads of zero DTEs, the market maker is selling into that, right? So your price action to the downside is accelerated. BTU is a good buy under 20. I think so. Yeah, I mean, under 20 would be amazing. I don't think I'll get it that cheap again, but um under 20 is really good. My cost basis is higher, a little higher than that now, because I've averaged up so much. That's on May CSP 24 for BTU. I mean, you might not get a fill. They have earnings coming up. If their earnings are consistent with what they've been in the past, I'd expect that the price of the stock could go up. Peabody's oldest mine near Sydney is starting to create problems for water catchment. Interesting. Yeah, they've had a lot of issues in Australia, but so far they continue to make money there. I had Tesla June 175Ps and got out of them all. How much downside room do you think is left in the next couple of weeks? Worth getting back in? I mean, I'm gonna target that gap. I have a stop, but yeah, I'm targeting that gap down to like 146. MACD on the daily SPX is crossing negative the first time since 210. Close. Is Waller usually hawkish or dovish? I don't remember. Why are drivers in Maryland so terrible? Drivers everywhere are terrible. People like to regionalize it, but it's pretty bad across the entire US. Our requirements for giving someone a license are slim. Shut the fuck up, odorous Dan. New Jersey drivers are not the best. Is it a decent opportunity to sell CSPs going into earnings? It could be, yeah. I mean, it's just the chance of assignment's not very high. So if you actually want ownership, you probably won't get it, right? But if you just want income, yeah, it's probably okay. I mean, I still sell a shitload of CSPs on BTU. NVIDIA drivers are the best. Their fucking 18 updates a week would say otherwise. I knew a girl in high school who failed her driver's test 3 times. I know a lot of people who failed their driving test 3 times. What do you think happens if the UBS takeover of CS does not go through? Failure of CS? Or Deutsche comes in and tries to buy it? I mean, I don't think anyone wants to pick up their bags is the problem. What do you mean? A $50 driver's license is extremely expensive. Uh, there's one restaurant that you would recommend in New York when visiting New York City. Probably per se. There's other ones, but like per se kind of just like it's gonna be amazing every time you go there. Um, the food is mutual. Like you're gonna like. I would recommend it because you're gonna enjoy it no matter what kind of food you prefer. I think. Um, yeah, Thomas fucking Keller. Yeah, fucking allergies are still murdering me. They're supposedly putting the filters in the air conditioner today, and then they said they'd come and clean my apartment. So I guess I got something going on. They had to come in this morning and like fix the sink. Oh shit, I'm sorry to hear that, Insanity. Welcome back. Sorry for your loss, man. Fuck you, Jupiter. Sabaro's is disgusting. All right, it's shit mall pizza. I'm going to the French Laundry in August. That's awesome. Yeah, I've been there. It's it's also really good. I don't like Napa because it's boring as fuck, but French Laundry is awesome. What's your opinion on a Philly cheesesteak? Steak. You've used the word steak twice, so now I'm confused. What's your favorite place to eat pizza? I'm in Manhattan, so I generally go to like Scars or Prince Street. Like those are my two favorite. Um, if I were gonna go over to Brooklyn, La Industry, then like Spumoni Gardens after that. I don't like Lucali's. I know everyone's fucking. I just don't think they're that good. I don't really wear hats when I'm not on the stream. Where does Grimaldi's rank in your pizza list? It's God, I haven't been there in a long time. It's okay. Joe's Pizza sucks. It used to be really good. It's not anymore. It's definitely over fucking massively overrated and a tourist trap. I don't like artichoke. I don't like calzones. Yeah, Grimaldi's calzones supposed to be pretty good. Grimaldi's kind of turned too chainy. Yeah. Rubirosa in the Village. Yeah, they're really good. What would you rank best toppings on pizza? Um, the best pizza doesn't need any toppings. Like the ultimate test of a New York pizzeria. If you're talking about New York pizza, the ultimate test is a cheese slice. Nothing else. If they can do that right, then you can add fucking toppings. And you start with spicy pepperoni, because spicy pepperoni is hands down the best fucking pizza topping. I've been working at pizza for 20 years, and that's how I test other people's pizzas. Yeah. A Neapolitan pizza, a margarita, right? Like if it's like Neapolitan style, you're gonna try margarita. I really don't know how I would judge like Detroit or Chicago pizza. Chicago pizza, I mean, it's so fucking bad. You just probably want to put as many toppings on it as feasibly possible. I feel like Detroit pizza without some toppings would just be like eating bread or like a focaccia. You shut your whore mouth, Carl. You don't fucking talk to me that way. Gork, what mean 1 month negative 10%? I have no idea what you're talking about. On the treasury yields? Is is the 1 month treasury down 10%? The 30-day? Yes, it is. Oh, okay. Where the fuck did Weeble go? All right. My favorite part of the pizza is the ranch I dip it in. That's because you live in a place that has shit pizza. My June Nvidia puts are now down 60%. Any advice? They're far out of the money. I'm hoping to salvage this. I mean, you've got time for quarter 1 earnings. Just barely, right? What's Nvidia's earnings date again for Q1? Jesus Christ, they're so late in May. And hopefully we just see a market downturn before then and it slips gamma neutral, right? Damn, the 1 month is really drilling. Yeah, well, T-bond futures are up today, so that should be the first signal of like a larger scale downturn, right? Because now they need to get yields down, right, to disincentivize treasury buying. So yields and oil need to come down. That's actually not true. I just have an unhealthy love of ranch. Man, I've been to Texas. The pizza's garbage. You might love ranch, but you're still dipping trash in it. Nvidia earnings are just going to say future sales are 1000x because AI, and then boom, $300. We'll see. I would dip literal garbage in ranch and eat it. Trash Dan is getting dipped in what now? Ranch. Tesla breaking down under 164. Looks like it. I think ultimately, if they're able to maintain some semblance of stability in the yield and treasury prices over the next 3 quarters, by oscillating the market up and down, and maybe they can survive till the Fed stops increasing rates. Maybe not. If one of us met you in person, I imagine you would give us a bear hug, tell us how proud you are, and we would laugh at the sun together and compose sonnets. Sure. That's how that would go down. Where I grew up in Connecticut, there were so many great pizza places. Now I live in New Hampshire, and the pizza is absolute trash. You know, for a minute, I was into Connecticut pizza, and then I tried like more of it, like around New Haven, and it's garbage. It's dirty. Why the fuck is your guys' pizza so dirty? Does nobody in Connecticut know how to clean a fucking oven out? I don't want to eat actual coal on my fucking pizza. Like the first couple times I had it, I think I got like lucky, and it wasn't like the ovens weren't dirty, right? Connecticut is a trash state. A lot of my family is from what used to be a smithing town. Place is fucked. Char is the extra sauce. Ugh. You don't like hookah toppings? I just saw a Porsche with the license plate Market Maker in Beverly Hills. Did you jump in front of his car? Artisanal wood-fired ash. I mean, it just like their pizza would be really good. It's different than New York. It's like chewy and floppy. Um, but it would actually be good. Like it would be kind of its own thing, obviously. But it would be good if they didn't cook it in such dirty fucking ovens. I mooned him. All right, well. I used to work not far from there. So I used to have to commute up there like twice a week. Not New Haven, but kind of close to there. Closer to New York, but I was thinking about rolling some of my June 180p up to June 240s and average down my September 150s. It's been so grueling watching the video continuously go up. I mean, it's kind of stayed in the same fucking range for the last like 2 weeks. A pizza restaurant I managed a handful of years ago entered and placed really high in a huge pizza expo in Vegas. Was Borson, pepperoni, tasso ham, roasted red bell pepper, mozzarella, red sauce, and Cajun seasoning. Interesting. That's a lot of toppings. Brought to you from the same state where they steam whole cheeseburgers. Isn't that like a New Jersey thing? They're not MMs in LA. There's no market to make. What I mean, there've always been MMs in LA. There's a financial district in LA. Who hurt you? Gork pulls out a list. If you were to enter in a video puts today, what would you target? September 200, 220? Uh, Probably, yeah. I wouldn't target sub 200 unless I was buying leaps. It's proved to be far too resilient. And also the leaps are better to sell options against. The most recent run on Upstart provided enough liquidity. It appeared to provide enough liquidity in the ETFs. The stock is still illiquid, but I don't think they're conducting any of their buybacks, or at least they're not doing any of their buybacks at a high rate, right? So yeah, I think Upstart obligations aren't going to be aren't going to prove to be anything substantial. I'm still like net long on it. I have synthetic longs. I've only sold covered calls on like half of my position. Yes, 5 minute triple top at 60.50. Yeah. SLD is only the second day. Heading to Garden Grove, California next week. Any restaurants you can recommend? In Garden Grove? They have really good like Asian food there. I don't really know the names of any of the restaurants. It's been a long time since I lived there. YouTube knows Gurk is talking pizza. I have an Uni Fria ad pushing my chat down. I mean, I think T-bonds going up is our first indication, and yields dropping is our first indication we're going to start to see some downside, right? They need to create enough fear while keeping everyone overall bullish, right? So they you need to keep the interest rate risk down by creating bearish price action, right? And pushing people into treasury buying to drive the yields down. But you can't have them buy too much. So the downside can't last long, right? It has to bounce quickly and in like a meaningful way. It's threading a needle. It's risky, but I could see them pulling it off. Zero DTs make it a lot easier. Then if the Fed starts to cut rates, they're free and clear, right? If the market crashes and treasury squeeze, they're fucked. Seeking Alpha just put out an article saying the bulls are trapped and have nowhere to go. I mean, they really don't. The upside's really capped at those sold puts or those sold calls at like 40, 41.80, 41.20, where we keep getting rejected. So, that zero DT price action like pushes up into that resistance, and then they just fucking drive the price right back down. And then, to the downside, there's not as much interest locally, right? There's more interest further out of the money because all the sold puts kind of make the downside a little more resistant. But if we slip gamma neutral, like actually like down below 41.16, then the market maker is just going to start selling into they're going to start dumping their hedge into the downside price action, and then that gets bearish. So there's a pretty narrow range for bulls to be bullish in right now. It seems to be between about 4,100 and 4,180. That's why Jay Fresh said if we actually broke through those short calls to the upside, the market would just rally, right? Because they would all get squeezed out. But they've defended that position for the last 2 weeks. Important to note that the Treasury short thesis might be a little tinfoily. Is it? All my theories start out a little tinfoily. Then I get data. Bronx pizza is the best pizza I've had in SoCal, but it's so far away. Oh, in San Diego? Yeah, they're not bad. I mean, if they were in New York, I wouldn't eat there. But for California, it's okay. If you're in Orange County, try fuck. It's on like the corner of 17th Street and Irvine in Costa Mesa. Costa Mesa, Newport. I can't remember the name of the place. Fuck. That place is okay. If you get slices, if you get whole pies, they're disgusting. Give me 1 second. Yeah, that's what it's Owls. It's called Owls. I don't know if they're still good, but they used to be pretty decent. There's a place in LA that's pretty good too. Serviceable. Jimmy liquidity update. It's probably better. I'll take a look. If that happened, it would be really bad for those alleged shorts. Well, their counterparty. Yeah. Mm. Interesting. Jimmy liquidity is still pretty low. They're definitely shorting a little today. Call side interest is kind of collapsing a bit. Here on SPX. I think there's this the second bounce might like retest I don't know, like 41.37. It might not, but it might. Hmm. Close my Jimmy CCs for 95% profit. Nice, man. Autofocus on your camera's bugging out. What the fuck? Who the fuck? No, just scam calls. What Chicago deep dish have you had? I've had Pequods and Giordano's. I had another one, but I forgot what it was called. I had one of the other like famous ones. Fucking, I don't remember. It's just like fucking soup, bread bowl, pizza bread bowls. The like Chicago like pub style pizzas, like the flat ones, those are way better. Chicago thin crust. Fuck off. Autofocus on your camera's bugging out. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. Time to cut 3130p weeklies or play the afternoon. The upside doesn't seem to have much momentum. It doesn't. Most of the call interest to the upside today is already kind of collapsed, but I feel like it could come back if it does get any momentum. Awkward. Oh my fucking god. What frozen pizza would you eat if you're in dire circumstances? How dire? Like Gino's dire or like Red Baron? Totino's? Yeah, Totino's party pizza. If I'm completely broke. Lou Malnati's? That sounds familiar. That might be where I ate. It was kind of like a full service restaurant, if I remember. Like, but I think they're like a chain, right? For sure, Cam. With many thoughts on post SLD movement. A fairly weak SLD wouldn't exactly deter bulls. Yeah, but it can still embolden bears. Earnings haven't been very good, right? Have you ever gotten margin called on a paper account? I mean, yeah. Yeah, I have. It's a paper account. I remember the best one was like Giordano's, but I didn't really like any of them. I think that on a scale of 1 to 10, how rigged is this market right now? It feels like it's in suspension by one or two massive entities. Yeah, kind of. Why are we trading at this level still? Data and earnings were garbage. Well, because no one wanted it to drop yet. That seemed pretty obvious with all the zero DTE call buying to keep the price flat at 4,100 for 2 weeks or 4,150. Okay, okay, Cobra. I'll give you this. Vito and Nix was pretty good. I think the other one that I liked was like Barnaby's or something. I just didn't like the deep dish pizza. Deep dish pizza is just awful. With a low liquidity, do you have a low price target for GME? I mean, they get more liquidity if the market drops, right? SPY Zero DT is already like 500K contracts at the money. How exactly is this sustainable for months? I've been doing it since October. Use a little bit of bread flour, Knotson. A little higher protein content, a little less moisture. So you're gonna reduce your hydration levels and increase your protein content a little bit. And yeah, you'll usually end up with a better crust that way. I mean, mix it up, change it around so you find one you like. It's gonna depend on the flour you're using. It's gonna depend on your the water you're using. I'm still gonna rocket to 4,150. Um, that's, I mean, it's not dropping. It's not dropping below gamma neutral. We keep testing gamma neutral, like just below it, and then bouncing above it. I mean, hopefully those downside moves get stronger, and the upside moves seem to be getting weaker. Oh my fuck. I'm just getting inundated with bullshit phone calls today. Hmm. FFs, we aren't even bleeding up today. Yeah. Yeah, the calls didn't look very appealing earlier. Doesn't fighting against SLD like this hurt their plan long term? I mean, yeah, but all their sold puts. Like, if they endanger those sold puts, they're fucked. The market will dive below Jamie's collar. Ugh. There's another part of this, right? If we get anywhere near that fucking collar to the downside, the market's gonna come down hard. I usually buy some weekly 280Ps on NVIDIA if it breaks above. I didn't today, but the last time I did, it was pretty good. Like June? Like October. With the low liquidity, do you have a low price target for GME? My price target for GME to the downside hasn't changed. It's like 1875 to like $15, 15.50. Took pictures and report. All is well. We can break GN now. Pick up any zero DTs yet? No, I'm waiting a minute here. I could buy a call right now. But I don't think I want to. I feel like if I bought it, it wouldn't be very good. Maybe I should. Hmm. $450 seems like a stretch, though. I don't know. They need to get liquidity soon. But if they move shit around in the ETFs again, like they did in December, then they'll get plenty of liquidity to continue to short us through May. Also, the shorting interest is very low, right? Like there doesn't seem to be a lot of interest in shorting GameStop right now. Oh, fuck off. Do not call list. Anyway, Yeah, I have puts on Baba. Could you please mention one more time where the next big numbers of GME FTDs are? Why the fuck is everyone asking me about GME today? GME is boring and it's in the middle of its slumpy down cycle. Why are people excited? That was a rude way to answer my call. What do you think about Tesla calls? 6-week expiration, 185. I think Tesla's a pile of shit. Jimmy's fine, but like, I expect the market to go down. I expect Jimmy to go down as well. It's not special, and it's even more boring than it's ever been. It might have some moderately interesting ETF FTDs around the 1st of May. Pretty much everything sub 4120. Largely sold puts. There's also a lot of sold puts at like 4,000. Thoughts on Carvana? They'll probably go out of business. So they're really pinning the SPX price. I mean, we're very channel locked, yeah, unless something breaks down. And we probably need we need to stay. So really, we need to stay we need to close today at like 4130. That would be ideal, right? Because then we open tomorrow below gamma neutral. Personal attacks on GG are interesting. Wait, what's going on? They sell puts to buy calls. Where do you think they're getting the money for the 0DTE calls? You hear about the new asset-based bonds they're selling? Who? Carvana? Carvana's got a shitload of overpriced inventory that they paid too much for. and financed, and their financing is eating them alive. And nobody wants to buy their shit cars at 22% interest. Oh yeah, the right is turning on Gensler hard. Well, not just the right. Everyone who's funded by hedge funds. The hedge funds don't want any of Gensler's shit to pass. They want him out, and so they're pushing the politicians to oust him. That's how you can tell he's done something in those new rules that they don't like. And yet they keep aggressively buying more overpriced inventory nonstop. Yeah, that'll never blow up. If I had more time to go to the dealership, I'd sell Carvana my car and then just upgrade to the New Year's model. We just sold our 2012 Prius with 175k miles to Carvana for 5k. The car was falling apart. Nice. Buy cars for cash, then Carvana make money off the spread. I mean, if you can, yeah. How can you tell the puts are sold? Skew? Also, VIX coming down. At what point do we just go full calls? A day closing above 41.75 or just above 41.75 in general? Um, hmm. I don't think we're gonna have a day. I don't think we're gonna move. I mean, above 41.80, not 41.75, but I don't think we're gonna close above that anytime soon. You have to pay your local DMV to get the title transferred into your name, then wait for the title to be issued, which takes a long time these days in most states. Do you? I don't think you need to wait for the title to be issued. Can't you just do it through a bill of sale? There's a gap on ES at 41.71 from this morning. I know. Can't seem to make a winning trade for the last few weeks. I'm only watching the market because I'm down bigly on SPX Mays and Junes. Now also down on SLD puts. I'm thinking about eating the loss and sitting out until the market behavior changes. Thoughts or suggestions? I mean, you've got a decent, I mean, at least on the June puts, you've got a decent amount of theta. Oh, fuck off. I'm gonna block this number. How do I block it? The Mays. I mean, I don't know where your strikes and stuff are, but I mean, I have May puts, and I don't have any June puts, but I don't really have any intention of pulling any of them back right now. SLD is a little bit plotting, but it's also got 2 more days, which everyone seems to forget on the first and second day. Carvana isn't some Bobby, though. They have actual cars to back their assets. I mean, they have depreciating assets to back loans that they got to buy cars above market value. Right? July 410 puts. Doesn't seem bad. You know what, Bob? If you think we're in a bull market, you should buy a lot of out of the money calls. How's this? I'll keep my puts. You buy some out of the money calls like 60, 90 DTE, and we'll see who wins. Fucking moron. I don't know if Google phones have the option. The far superior iPhone, you can block all calls not in your contact list. I probably do. I just don't know how to find it. It's the contracting margins in Q1 earnings. That's really what's got Bob fired up. Kramer said so. Good luck. Is this NOPEX? Oh, probably. Yeah. My family used to call me Putz, and now I trade puts on SPY. Foreshadowing, huh? Maybe. Ugh. Bounce? Stop loss? Bounce. One month is down 14% now. Getting there. Remember SpaceX launch good luck and it had a rapid unscheduled disassembly? It's going to bounce. We're going to go back to 4150 because bears are too skittish. Actually, bears seem to be holding on to their puts. Like they're a little skittish, but there's futures buyers, which is the problem. I don't know if the future buyers are gonna like this is it. They're gonna fail here, or they're gonna try to retest the underside, like retest 4170. There's a gap, as noted previously. It's filled, right? Oh, I see it. Yep, right there. 4171, 7125. That's a little tiny fucker. You keep your target the same, odorous Dan. 427.7 or 42.77. I'm gonna go bumping it up, rounding it up to 42.78. Ouch, no, my puts. Wow. Buy theta. If we're not in a bull market, why are they buying 100,000 calls a day? If we're in a bull market, why are they losing money buying 100,000 calls a day? Teachings have officially upgraded me from Wendy's dumpster to Chipotle. Awesome, Danimal. Congratulations. And the reason we don't fill the gap and end the day at 41.55. We could. I mean, there's not a lot of calls there yet. They'll need to ramp up. Also, what if futures fills the gap and then sells off? Even more bearish. What if it doesn't fill the gap? I've been meetings all day. Why do we have to keep filling gaps? Let it die and drag AMT with it. Futures rip to 4,200, then sell off, causing SPX to hit 40.20, holiday covered. Why sell off when they can just trap their own calls somewhere and fight to get them profitable again? Yeah, eventually that doesn't work over the long term. Right? It's a net loss over time. And that loss grows exponentially. I don't know what's so hard to understand about this. This is like here. This was peak bull. This was dog shit. Since this point, bulls have made less money in the 28-day rolling period. So profitability on the long side has gone down. How's Netflix looking to you? Up a little bit today. 328. They're adding 40 more video games this year. That's exciting. That's on Fubo CSPs here. They're not super great. I already selling them at $1 or $1.50. $1? Hey, we might not get assigned. Is it really worth it? What's the yield? I don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't know why I'm getting so many phone calls today. Mm. Call interest isn't really picking up significantly. Yeah, at least not yet. Mm. No, I don't know what it is. My mom's fine. I talked to her this morning. Someone put your phone number up in a bathroom stall somewhere. It's a busy fucking bathroom. I really hope AT&T goes down a little bit more. Wake up, Kirk. I've been trying to call you. You have to wake up. I don't think so. Bobby thoughts besides bankruptcy? Bankruptcy? What's your average on T? What is my cost basis on that? Oh, let me take a look. I have sold calls out right now, so I'm not entirely sure I've updated this. 1775. Shares? Yeah, yeah, shares. I think I can buy back my CCs. I guess I can wait for them a little bit longer. Yeah, if it falls below 1750, that'd be awesome. So then I can buy back my CCs and then like roll the credit over into in the money CSPs, which should be decent after this drop. They're not great yet, but if it falls below 1750, that'd be awesome. I wouldn't mind that so much. I don't know if it's gonna drop a lot more though. They have a pretty good dividend. It's like 5.63%. Yes, still is still gunning for that gap fill, I think. It's got about 6 more bucks to go. Yeah, their revenue was down this quarter for T. That's a good opportunity to get in my like target buy range. I mean, I'll try to be patient with it, but and if I could get it again at like 15.50 or 16, that'd be amazing. But I don't think like a 0.36% revenue miss is going to be enough. It might get down to like the 16.50 range. Maybe if the market comes down in addition. I wonder if I should just sell my Devon Energy here and then buy back on the dip. Huh. I guess I could just sell in the money CCs like 50. Yeah, we're moving up, but there's not a lot of call interest building just yet. Like the positive gamma at 41.50 is pretty weak. Yeah, all the yields are getting hammered a little bit today. Bond futures are going up, which yeah is the start of something more bearish, but it's still being realized, right? Mm-hmm. Let me see how close we're getting to that gap on futures. Almost there. About $5 more to go. So maybe we get the test at 41.50, the futures gap fill simultaneously, and call side capitulation here. This isn't really being driven by calls on SPX either. It's mostly futures driven, so not as bullish as yesterday, right? You try to capture that movement and it'll dump. I mean, I entered like back here for the long side, so seems okay. you think about buying 4 to 8? Would it go even lower during the recession? It could. Although I'd expect them to be the beneficiary of any subsidies that were created due to being in a recession. What app do you like for mobile charting? I don't do a lot of mobile charting. I don't know, TradingView is okay, right? See you tomorrow, Rusty. You guys spend way too much time focused on like short-term price action. Which is fine, but if you're going to focus on the short-term price action, you've got to go with the flow of the market. If you're going to buy longer dated shit, then you need to wait out your thesis and be patient and manage your positions. I understand being poor, but then don't play anything long-term, right? Close all your positions at the end of every day. Start fresh, right? And take what the market gives you. I think futures will fill the gap. It's close enough. Very rarely do futures gaps get left behind. And there's enough call interest at 41.50 that we could tap it. I don't think there's enough there for it to help pick up any upside momentum. It's not like yesterday, you know, where we had like fucking 6 billion gamma at 41.50, right? Yeah, it's like 580 or 58.77 million gamma at 41.50, right? So it's a lot weaker. I like my long thesis to play out immediately. Is there an express price target? No, it's just a buy and hold. I'm going to see where it goes over the next few years. It sounds so rational when you say it. It's so hard to relegate emotions sometimes. I can tell. Zero DTs negate everything else that exists in the market. That's not true. Everyone was like this in August, and then the market went down. Everyone was like this in fucking February, and then the market went down. What's required in the market to bring the zero DT shenanigans to an end? Serious question. Liquidity? And the zero DTs aren't very good if the market maker is not in their favor, right? And the zero DT thing goes both ways. If we go down and people are piling into zero DTs, it's going to accelerate downside. Far more than it accelerates upside. I said the market's got like futures have like $5 more of the upside at least, right? So why not just be patient with it instead of acting like it's the end of the fucking world? Yeah, oil's bouncing back a little bit. Is there any part of your day that you treat like a game or genuinely choose to have fun with? I mean, zero DTs are kind of just a game, right? I don't trade them very seriously. I probably throw away more money on them than I should, but whatever. Well, I think a lot of chat's fears of thinking that SLD was a decent chance or meaningful downside, and a lack of seeing anything else in the form in the short term can bring it down. Not like the economy. Let's just like what are you gonna do about it, right? Everyone's gonna interpret information differently. I think so far SLD is successful in doing what I want SLD to do, which is kill the bullish momentum. And it's killing it. It takes time, but it's dying. Analysts have upgraded the economy. And go back and look at how many fucking analysts upgraded SPACs at the beginning of like end of 2021 and beginning of 2022. Those people are just killing it now, right? You can make money off the PM drops too. Well, at least we're opening gap down and not gapped up. Can we get a DD tomorrow? Yeah, if I'm up. I mean, I had shit to do this morning. Why do you hate Carvana? I don't hate it. I have no feelings towards it at all. I think they're a failing business. Why do you like them? No, I don't think there's less of a chance of a black swan event. I think it's about the same. Just a better understanding of like the macro price action and why our price action is so cyclical to the up and down side. I like them for a squeeze. Nothing squeezes. Squeezes are fake. Slow moves against your position is the worst. I feel so weak, and the sell off is imminent. Then you hold and it never comes. You sell and you miss it. That's bias. Jimmy did that one time. It was epic. Yeah. I like them for a pump in their price. Okay. Well, I think they're pretty liquid right now. Maybe in a month or so. Currently, they're being shorted really heavily. The shorts will eventually reposition and they'll get more liquidity. And when that happens, the price of Carvana will go up briefly. But over time, Carvana will lose. Timing short reposition is like trying to time the HKD runs. Odds are you'll end up losing. It's not easy. Although we've had a few that we've successfully timed that were very, very profitable, Dork. It's going. I said it was going to fill the gap like fucking 40 minutes ago. I couldn't have been more obvious in my intentions. I even bought a call here. That's all right. Upstart PT? For when? Express seems like it could break out soon. Well, they've had some news recently, so there's a little bit more. There's a little bit more churn there, more pressure at least. Move up your stop. Yeah, I guess I could. Should probably place a stop on the rest of them. Wrong. Squeezes do exist. I got squeezed out of all my 0 DTs yesterday. Upstart PT in May? I mean, Upstart's still getting shorted right now. They just blew off some liquidity in their ETFs during the ETF FTD period. I would say that it's probably not going to run anytime soon. I think any liquidity they got is going to be used to get it off of Reg Show. Once it's off Reg Show, it might drop back down into like the 13. I don't know if it'll drop as low as 12, but it might drop back down into like the $13 range. And then I would be interested in positioning for the long side. ES has 700 sellers on the ask at 4170. Yeah, it looks pretty loaded. I don't think the upside beyond like 4150 really exists here, to be honest. Maybe like 4151, 52, but it looks pretty weak, and I kind of think shorts are just going to reposition there, and ES is going to sell off. Upstart and Carvana run around the same time. Yeah, they have similar ETF exposure in the financial sector. So does a firm. Of those three companies, I think Upstart is the one with the best future potential. So if I had to own shares in one of them, I like Upstart the best. We see VIX go above 30 or say 40s. If SPX jumps hard below 3,900, for example, we could. I think we're not going to see a VIX above 30 unless we fall below like the JPM collar, like 38.85. Why does this look exactly the same as Jan and Feb? Fuck this market. Because it is, right? What if everything's just the same thing over and over and over again? And sometimes that's true, right? Why is AMD up? It's SLD. Why would they join me in the holiday spirit? There's still 2 more days of SLD. I feel like I've had this conversation so many times. Market big dumb. I'm big sad. I'm sorry to hear that, Popcorn. I wish you were less sad and the market was less dumb. The behavior of SPX over the last 2 weeks damage anyone's perspective of it being not rigged. I wonder, I mean, I'm not bullish, right? But I know the bulls feel very much like everything's normal and the behavior in the market is substantiated. You'd have to ask one of them how they feel after yesterday's $6 billion blowout at 41.50, if that was normal price action. Or the fact that the bulls haven't gained any substantial ground in the last 3 weeks. Why are they bullish? I don't know what their cases are. All the ones I've heard have been partially informed or based on the stupidity of the greater fool theory. Like all of the bull cases are greater fool. Like someone will buy it for more because stocks go up, or uh, they're just misinformed about macroeconomic data, or they don't understand macroeconomic data. Which, don't get me wrong, that's a huge swath of finance people as well. So while there is some validity in the greater fool theory, it's not. It has no long-term potential, right? Mm, well, the upside's not quite dead yet. Uh, that was actually a call. The US dollar has been weak. Not only has it been weak, it's been weak against rising oil for the last 3 weeks. Now, the market go up thesis would be great if all the money wasn't flowing into money market funds and treasuries. Oh, there's a reason I have my phone on and not on silent. Futures aren't filling the gap. Still trying. Volume's getting really low though. Is my stop too close here? No. SpaceX rocket explosion was like, don't look up flashback. So ongoing short phone calls, market crash, or boom, or a stocko kaboom. Do you think that SLD could have been covered, grinding into the zero DT calls and futures buying that we're seeing? Sure. I mean, we're not really seeing like big zero DTE flows today, right? Most of our upside here has been driven by like a few candles of upside on futures. And futures definitely has a small gap to fill to the upside. It's still there. It pulled back a little over the last couple minutes, but it may still, like, it hasn't broken down from its trend yet. If $20 GME CCs aren't assigned tomorrow, I promise to never spend another credit until expiration. Smart. Yeah, you shouldn't. Don't blow your credit if you ever need to buy back your calls. I will tell you that GME won't go down hard unless the market drops during the intraday today or during the intraday tomorrow. Overnight moves aren't going to move its price very much. A little bit, but not a ton. Elon's rocket blew up this morning, and his company doesn't make money like they used to. I don't know if the gap's gonna fill. They're very close. They're only like 50 cents off. 3 points. Ow. Elon also found out that he was impotent this morning. The universe moves in mysterious ways. One of my favorite things to do in a recession is to carry fake $100 bills and drop one behind me in a mall or a gas station. People that pick it up are quick and silent. It's amusing every time. Interesting. What's up, Carl? Hit the like button. Thanks, Ending. Do you think Jimmy will see a price below $20 ever again? Yeah. Yeah, believe it or not, GME's 13 cents a share EPS isn't very impressive, and the company is wildly overvalued. The fake $100 thing, Mad Lad, borderline psychotic. I mean, a little. You see Jimmy going up next week during OPEX. It doesn't look very good now. It may have a little upside going into like the beginning of May. I would just give people $100 bills. I gotta make them work for it. Seems like I don't need to test the honesty of the general public. I can make assumptions. Come on, couple more bucks. They can only buy 1 gallon of Sherwin-Williams paint anyway. Will you let us know when the gap fills? You sell that SPX call and buy 0 DTE puts? Sure. Dance for me? No. You're still targeting your target price for SLD? Are you moving that up because of the daily grind up? No, I'm still targeting the same price. Why do I feel personally attacked when you say assumptions? I don't know. Dance for me like my wife dances for you. Here we go. You can do it, futures. I guess I should pull back like half my profits. I measure SLD lows from the peak of the period. So when I'm saying that it's like between 2 and 300 BPS during the period, In backtesting, that's from the peak, wherever the peak is, to the low of the period. Ah, they stopped me out. It's okay. Futures might actually fail the gap fill here. That was a lot of volume. Now, so to make a quick PSA, did you guys know if you buy calls during this blatant manipulation, you can pay for your further dated puts? Shh! Don't give away all the trade secrets. Thus relieving stress. Yeah. What's your biggest call holding? Right now? What am I long on? I'm not long on a lot. Notionally, Costco, but those are probably going to get stopped out pretty soon. I guess Upstart would be the next highest one because of the synthetic longs. Probably like Upstart and then Express. Actually, I didn't really spend very much money on Express. Costco is definitely my largest call holding right now. That's like 80 grand or something like that. I'll take 300 BPS by open tomorrow, then we can just go back to bed. That'd be cool. Well, I've never measured a SLD period based on its cumulative drops. So I mean I guess that's possible, but I still think it's got a lot more potential. What are the best calls to buy an Upstart? Eh, I don't know. You want Theta if you're buying them right now. What's it at right now? Like 15 still? Did it drop any? Jesus fucking Christ. Um, Still above 15. I've liked the 15s and the 20s. I've done well on those in the past. Usually I'm going synthetic long. Like I wait till put skew builds up. Why would you need to buy Imodium in bulk? What if the counterparty underwater on inflation swaps went long equity, sell VIX swaps, more money, and help keep treasuries from being desirable? Selling volatility swaps isn't going to drive the price of VIX down if that's what you're thinking. Gamma dispersion in the market would indicate that people are going long indices, short equities. I only measure from the base, Bob. You need an espresso? I had one. I feel pretty cogent right now. No, but they control VIX price through equity pinning. No, they control VIX price through selling of contracts on SPX. Largely. I'm trying to get a hold of you regarding your espresso machine's extended warranty. I'm alright, thanks. That's some bear call spreads on NVIDIA, 267.50, 272.50s that are underwater. Aside from buying back, you can roll them. Are you long, Fubu? Yeah. Gork, wind down. Oh no, Dirk. Slowly. Baby steps. We didn't fill the gap on futures. That was neato. Some of the 4150 calls sold off there. So the bulls aren't really feeling it today. 4140 puts and 4130 puts picked up a lot while we were in this upper range. Fix is a scam. Finally popped in to give the stream a like. Thanks, Meatwad. Was a simple request for Tesla to fold as a company too much to ask? That's a pretty big ask. There's a lot of entrenched interest in their bonds. That's a tranche joke. But yeah. Not too big to fail, but too big to fail anytime soon. The last 5 daily candles, if you look wild. Have you ever seen that kind of price action before? What do you mean they look wild? Yes, but usually with way more volume. I can't think of a period where we're this illiquid, but I don't know. Probably go back to like beginning of Jan or something. I think it's 21. That's probably similar, but it probably still has more liquidity. Like really early Jan, like the beginning of the year 2021 2022. Sorry. Are you selling CCs on Upstart GME? I sold CCs on Upstart and GME already. My CCs are printing fat stacks on Upstart and GME, which is good because I keep losing money on SPX. I'm glad we finally fell out of the slow ascending wedge of bullishness. Like I said, baby steps. Yeah, I mean, there's 2 more days, right? There's tomorrow and then Monday morning. SPY down 16 BPS. The puts I didn't sell at open are now down 35% from their peak at open. Fuck the VIX. I want to pull an office space on that piece of shit. I'm sorry, Dork. Don't you have like a bunch of theta though? Next week, Zom will replace SPX. My favorite thing to buy options on. Hashtag Zom130. After Monday morning, we ripped to 4,300. Sure, if that's what you want to believe. If you think that, why don't you buy 4,300 calls? The bulls aren't very bullish, are they? You guys will buy a lot of zero DTs at 4,150, but you're not really buying anything like the rest of the bulls. Why aren't you buying anything truly bullish? Why is it that all of the call side interest expires tomorrow? Is the bull market only for one more day? I already answered you the first time you asked me that, Surfa. Why is not a single fucking bull bought a call that's more than like 30 days out? Seriously. If everything's so fucking bullish, why are all the calls above 4180 sold? I have. They just keep losing money. So if index valuation is based on underlying equities, equities are being sold, why then do we see index valuation going up? This is something that deeply disturbs me. It should. That's like dispersion trading, right? You're short the equity, long the index. Except it's very lopsided. So it's very, very, very long the index through derivatives, while the equities are sold off. ETF outflows continue to persist. Money market funds continue to climb. Fake bulls. The ghosts of bulls past. Hey, Greg, I just bought a 4180 0 DT. Is it safe? Thanks. Oh, no, you fucking did it. How do we know they're sold? You can look at the IV skew. The implied volatility smile. You can use math to make better assumptions. I use my superpowers of rewind. Awesome. And it's partially possible because of the illiquidity in the market, right? It's partially possible because you can buy futures contracts and then the underlying equities will be hedged, right? And then you can use zero DTEs to force more hedging into the underlying equities, right? And you can spin up gamma in a way that creates a consistent hedge that you can sell your equities against. It doesn't take as much money as you'd think. It takes a lot, but it doesn't take as much as you would think. Right, so if you can generate enough momentum in the hedge in a given direction, then you can start selling into that. I mean, price doesn't really go up on the underlying, but it doesn't go down either. I'm sure equity with high beta. The stock could fall to zero. The stock is NVIDIA. I mean, there is a case for NVIDIA going to zero. Well, not zero, but book value. It can't actually go to zero. Not in the near term. Actually, they're not really pinning the 4150. We just don't have a lot of sell side momentum yet. I think there's still some interest in filling that gap. Although, it doesn't look great. They lost the little bit of momentum that they were gaining on the push up, on the rejection. So now they've got to recover and try to push for it again. They could before 2 o'clock, maybe. A little further out of the money now. And more puts are coming in. So that's not helping them. More near the money puts are coming in. Stop calling me. The fuck is math? If I get you a VWAP cowboy hat, would you wear that instead? Only if we're going to the rodeo together. From what I can tell, the entire strategy for today is to keep the 150. Okay, 4150C at 250 all day. It's cute how happy my boomer dad is to dump money into a savings account at 4.2% again. They do understand that those rates change, right? You should tell your dad about how treasuries work. My Baba puts are now up 80%. Thanks. No problem, man. What are the odds on a gap fill back to 88? That'd be awesome. What's this about me getting dipped in ranch? Oh, we're gonna dip you in ranch and lick you clean. It's something to do with bread. I don't remember the rest. What happens if we broke 41.45? If we break below, things get bearish. Like the gamma's gonna start to shift negative again. The hedge. I mean, I don't know how fast it would break down. That would depend on future sell-offs, but why would they just drop their multi-billion-dollar dicks on the table and get that gap? Market maker gamma exposure today is still negative, even at our current price. So the market makers, selling, at least on the zero DTE side, they're selling into upside. They're selling into the upside price action. So it's actually pretty hard to drive the market up. It's expensive. And there's no like call support here like there was yesterday, right? Yesterday you had thousands and thousands and thousands of calls to support the upside move. Today, not so exciting. Have your feelings gone through an update yet? I'm just wondering if OPEX has been patched or not. I don't think so. I mean, Jimmy kind of looks poopy. It's really a liquid, but it also looks poopy. And it doesn't look like we're seeing any realization ahead of the time, right? Remember that like liquidity realization begins before price improvement. And so we're not seeing any liquidity realization, which makes me think we're not going to see any price improvement. The most dangerous time to be a trader in the market is when you realize in a terrible fashion, it's literally just you, a few gingy pickles, and the banks. We may be alone. Hey, look, they're doing it. You can do it, guys. Come on. Buy those futures contracts. Do you know 3 Blue 1 Brown YouTuber? He's a math nerd and could be a great addition to your quant team. Why would he be interested? A. B. I've got enough math nerds to deal with. They're very needy. What fucking zero DT put contract is traded at my bid 4 times and still not filled my order? Liquid poopy is the worst. Eh. The gap at 41.71 to 41.71.25, it was already filled. Bro. Oh, you're looking at a different gap than me. I'm looking at this gap. It doesn't show it's filled on the 1 minute, though. Like it looks filled on the 5 and the 15, but on the 1, there's a 25 cent, like 1 point gap there. There's also another one here on the 1 minute. There's this one also. 41.71. Is that filled? Hold on. I can't get them both on the screen at the same time. What's the fucking price on that? Where'd I go? 41.71. 41. That's the one you're talking about, right? I don't know. Maybe they have more orders at the gap. It's possible. Just because it filled once doesn't mean it's not going to double test it. But my futures wasn't that high on that push there. It looks anemic. I agree. It'll probably sell off. We doing the 41.50 thing again today? It doesn't fucking look like it. No one's really buying the 41.50. Like on this entire move up, the 41.50's net gamma's only moved up like 5 million. It's like 41.50 is just weak right now. It doesn't have a lot of interest. Yeah, and on that test there, we just saw 41.40 and 41.30 pick up interest, 41.25 as well. I think this starts to break down now. Yeah, futures are selling off a little bit. There we go. So we did the thing, right? Failing to fill the gap is very bearish. And there is technically a small, there's like a little 25-cent gap there to the upside. It's easier to see on the 30-second if you have it. It's only 1 point, but it's there. That one's still not filled. I think that would require us filling the rest of this for today, which we've now double topped and failed to do. Still want to fall below 41.40 here. GME actually being shorted today? A little bit, yeah. Yeah, they're actually using some liquidity to stuff the downside for a change. Which means that arbitrage should be mostly resolved at this point, or at least whatever floating internalization was carried over is probably mostly resolved. There's still a little bit of skew there, though. But we're down to about -5, -7 now. Let's see, what's our range for today? -18 to -7. So there's still a little bit, but not a lot. It's mostly gone. Like, we're not down at like -21 or anything anymore. So, little by little. Looks like they're gonna hit IJR or IJH for like IJH and XRT both right now are gonna get tapped for a little more downside liquidity if the market drops. GME's almost below gamma neutral, right? Oh, that's my. You guys don't know what gamma neutral is on GME today, right? GN is at 21. Yeah, so 21.66. So we slid below gamma neutral. I think we slid below gamma neutral last night. Oh, that prostitute finally gave you back your credit card. Welcome back, Popcorn Trader. What are you feeling for Google earnings? I don't think they're going to be great, but Google's already kind of lowered guidance a little bit. Scalping 1DTs is arguably a little better, especially if you have a smaller account and you can't average down a lot. If you need to sit in the contract, yeah, if you can't average down a lot, it's probably better to scalp 1DTEs than zeros. You can still use ones in the early part of the day, but you have to be out of them by 1 o'clock. Because then the theta starts to drag on them really hard, and then they die too fast. So if you're not in the money by 1, you're fucked. Whereas a 1 DTE, you get a little bit longer period to realize your price target. What price is the gap on ES? Because ES top today is 41.7350. Oh, is it? Did we fill it? When? When the fuck was ES? I don't see any candles today on ES at 41.7350. So on the 30-second, the gap is 41.7375 through 41.7350. And then yeah, we have one wick here at 2201 that tests the underside of that. But it doesn't hit 31's 41.7375. $0.10 away from filling. 10 cents away from my put entry. Motherfucking LOL scam market. uh Why can't you just be happy that the price is going down? Right? This is what everyone wanted all morning. Everyone was like, price isn't going down. This is a bull market. Bob won. Fuck you, Bob. Do you think SPX pushes above 41.50 before end of day? No? Holding SPX contracts too long is usually people's problem. Buying them for a strategy like a double top rejection or for a breakdown continuation. Was there more to that? Was that the whole... This is the new bull market where the candles are red? You can't wait till we slide into Jamie's collar. I gotta laugh at the bulls. 4,200. Do you have updated gamma neutral on SPX? It's... Didn't I... It's like 41.16, I think, still? Oh, sorry, 41.20. Man, I nailed the top on that call. What do I want to look at? I'm going to look at these. I fucking hope not, man. We've actually got some momentum. We've got some put interest. I hope this carries us below 41.20. 41.25 put interest is building up. 41.30 is picking up. Things are looking more bearish here. I like it. As long as we don't find any serious support on futures, and we already slipped like the long-term trend, so I don't think futures has a lot of support down to like the 41.45 level. Obviously, that's the key. That's the key resistance to the downside. Hedge my puts with more puts. I have a hard time finding the balance between wide stops and capturing good profit. That's tough. You need to have a forward projection of where you think price is going to end up. Yeah, and you need to understand your risk tolerance. And if your stop is not allowing for any risk tolerance, then you're looking to capture a profit, right? So like if you've moved your stop above your initial premium outlay, then you're in a different phase of the trade, right? You're moving towards capturing profits. And like even when my puts or calls are up, like I'm usually if it hasn't hit my price target, my stop is usually still under my initial premium. Like I'm still accepting some loss. Well, you have to factor in bounces, right? And that's a determination you have to make with, do you have theta? Can you wait out a bounce? Where's the bounce going to go? What if I'm in the double down and lose it all again stage? I wouldn't expect anything less from you. Hold on one second. Nope. I'm not answering that question. Dump into close. Are my rut spreads safe? Bear call? Or bear credit? This week I switched my mindset from capturing maximum gains to setting a profit goal and just taking profits when I get there. Triple my port instead of blowing it all up this week. Nice. Good job, man. Win down, Gork. It's trying, Dork. Stop asking me hard questions like, do I have theta? We need a bear song for a market crash. We need to break gamma neutral to get a bear song. Zero GT inverse my account update 118% in 3 weeks. It sounds like you have bad intuition. This is so cool. There's like 5 bears now. They'll come around. Ooh, there they are. Hello, bears. Emboldened, are we? Maybe I should have held a couple of those Tesla June 175s. I don't know why you closed them. He blew up a rocket ship this morning. Would you recommend doing a funded account for those struggling with risk management? It seems to jive a lot better with me than hoping and praying my zero DTs go in the money by end of day. Well, you should probably never be in a position where you need to pray to imaginary deities to save your financial positions. But if you find yourself in that position frequently, mm, yeah, I don't know. I'm not particularly a big fan of them. A lot of them are scams. A lot of them aren't, but a lot of them are. Also, what makes you think you're going to pass the like test? There's usually going to be an exam. You ever shave after not having shaved for a while and run your hands over your face and notice you have some pimples you didn't know you had? No, I don't. I don't get pimples where there's hair on my face. Only where I've either removed hair or there is no hair. I think he's talking about prop trading. I don't know why he's calling it funded trading, but I mean, it's kind of the same shit. I guess that's another description of it. Prop trading's pretty difficult, generally speaking. You have to be pretty good. If you're good enough to be a prop trader, you should be able to manage your own money. What do you put on more weight on and why? Operating margin trailing 12 months versus operating margin fiscal year. Well, I guess that would depend on what month you're in, right? Fiscal year would be more important for most of the year. You can put some weight. I mean, trailing 12 months can indicate trends. I want to say thanks for all the info. I learned a lot, and I keep learning every day. Thank you, P Longstock. I appreciate it, man. The rocket ship was actually successful, Pi-Fi. It exceeded expectations. They blew it up when it failed separation. Sure. I passed an evaluation. Get a funded account next week. All right. I've never gotten a pimple in my nose. Yeah. Are you sure that's not just herpes? How do you get a pimple in your nose? We need Gaff here to say nice things about SPX to get the price to drop like Cardano's. Right on the tip, but inside. Huh. Keep your fingers out of your nose. I thought you were a doctor. You lied to me? What was that examination for? The biggest problems I have with prop trading is so they're less regulated than regular brokers, right? So your money's not insured, right? There's fraud, there's business risks. There's very, very little regulation. The good thing there though is like your deposit can be very small. The trading fees are extremely high. It's mostly day trading, which, as someone who primarily like swing trades and sells options more than anything else, isn't ideal for me. And if you have like a specific strategy or something that you implement frequently, that is, say, proprietary, something that you've come up with yourself, they will steal that shit from you in a heartbeat. It's like 265 still. I'm gonna need QQQ to hit 315 in like 30 minutes. That's a big ask. Which means I can cure my nose pimples by sacrificing a cat, but I don't know what causes them. Okay. I mean, I hope he doesn't actually sacrifice a cat. Why don't you short QQQ for me, please? Why don't you short QQQ for me? This is a two-way road, and after that examination, I don't feel like giving you any, doing you any favors. Yeah, we're getting close to the fast gamma. It's at 132. I hope this sells off hard as fuck into the afternoon and turns the daily candle into the most bearish thing you've ever seen. It's looking okay so far. We'll see. It's got a ways to go before anything exciting happens. We've still got $18 of downside to realize. What happens there? We bounce or die? I mean, we could bounce and then move back towards it again. $18 on SPX? 16 now? Gaff bought NVIDIA? No, bullshit. Gaff doesn't buy equities. Yeah, I've heard some things about GE breaking up into multiple companies. SPY VWAP on Trading Bull and WeBull are different. They're probably weighted at different intervals. Gaff is unpatriotic and hates the dollar. Well, I just YOLO'd $200 in 0 DTE puts to feel alive, so I'm 20% of the way to full port. Nice. I bought some 0 DTE puts when I sold my calls. They're up 100% right now, which is cool. Although they were pretty cheap, so 100% isn't much. I'm up 10% on my SPY puts I bought for SLD. Okay. Do you think this 0.5% drop is all we're getting? Or do you think there's more room for downside? I mean, I'm not closing my puts anytime soon. But I mean, it's up. It's your risk, man. I don't know what to tell you. I obviously I think it's going to go down more. That doesn't mean I'm right, but that's what I think. Like I mentioned the other day, trading MQ is horrible. It's a bit rough. I only made 8 times more the amount on that drop than on ES. I hate it. MQ can be very, very punishing. It's usually better to play spreads on it, so you have limited risk. I just wanted to. Oh, you just wanted to brag that you were up 10% on your puts. Nice. This upside down V on the SPX chart is tantalizing. VIX, VVIX. I know. What's the lowest Tesla can go next week? 0? Full port June 16, 30C VIX calls? I will not be doing that. I don't care how much OI is there. Yo, don't say that. I don't know why you just closed all your puts this morning. Like they shit the bet on earnings, and then they blew up a rocket. Like you're like fucking. You're like I'm gonna close all of these. Right? Just not a stop. Just straight up close them. Has Tesla done anything but go straight down today? Don't get me wrong. I respect taking profits as much as the next guy, but sometimes you gotta just give it some room. Let the win grow. You had June puts too. That's what kills me. Cause you bought all that theta for fucking $8. Don't worry, Gherkin will destroy your puts. Bear song? You chill the fuck out, Dork. We still have $10 more to go. That's just the fast gamma. I'm not gonna count that miscalculated pile of shit. Your put MOASS. It's just up 600%. I only bought like 15 of them. You take your shirt off if SPX breaks 41.2369. No. What's at 41.2369? Any thoughts on harmonic chart patterns? No. No comment. If GM fast is miscalculated, how come it keeps bouncing off of it? It's actually not. It slid right through it. The fast GM was 32 132 4132.50. It hasn't actually bounced off it at all today, I don't think. It's my problem with it is they're taking a sampling of options contracts from like a 32-day window, right? But it's only like they're only using some of the contracts. So some contracts in a 32-day window. And that I don't like. That's making a lot of broad assumptions, and it's gonna give you data that's really not truly accurate, right? Today is the day, guy. We'll see. My oh baby, my 4140p is looking so sweet right now after buying it at 4147 today. Are you proud? How much more downside is there? Probably more. It looks like there's more. Someone just knock? One second. Decent put interest under 42, but I'm starting to worry about capitulation here as we drop into the lower range of the zero DT interest. We may have a little bit of a pullback. Uh, hmm. Yo, Girk, hit a couple 10 baggers today. You're the man. Cheers. Can finally afford my 6 months back housing payments now. I was about to get foreclosed on. Congratulations, Meatwad. Nice job, man. I'm up 80% of my put credit spreads on SQQQ. Thanks to the knowledge and different ways to work the system. Paying bills like this is nuts. Surfa, welcome to Cornishon, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, guys. Congrats. Real GM's at 41.20. Now, this is a lot of this is driven by future selling and puts going in the money. So the momentum here is good. But we want to be cautious of its ability to bounce. Too much put capitulation here will mean a reversal in momentum, right? Now, right now, it looks like there's a little bit of capitulation on the out of the money strikes. That's not going to cause too big of a problem. Hmm. It was a hard drop, though. So, a little easing. Mm-hmm. Okay. The fuck? Fuck was that? Oh, damn, that said it as a stop. Oh, well. Skirted divorce again. Congratulations, Ben. That's fucking awesome. Ben still married, guys. I can't wait. Decide whether to roll GMECCs down for the last day of SLD or just close and wait to see if we run for April OPEX. I was up 95% on weeklies. I sold in the money. Nice, man. GME share ownership, same like free puts. Up 1100%, doesn't close. I'd be chewing on my fingers by now. I mean, I'm more worried about the 15 4120s I have in the other account than the fucking 2 I have in the WeBull account. P. Longstock, welcome to Tillionaire. It's about damn time. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Yeah, the bounce is weak. It's good. Let's see how it's looking. All right, so we're getting some renewed interest between 4115 and 4100. A little bit of at the money and in the money capitulation. Momentum dying off a little bit. I don't think a pullback to, I mean, hopefully we don't pull back to the fast gamma point, but we might pull back still a little bit more. Maybe not. Actually, maybe not. This interesting. Okay, maybe momentum's a little more favorable than it appears. Okay, well, I'll say this. I don't think a pullback to like 41.29, 41.30s out of the question. It doesn't look like it's going to right now, but it could. Futures seem a little bit more resilient to that pullback than SPX does. They don't seem very skittish right now. I said futures looks more resilient to the pullback. So the future sellers are still selling. I don't know if they're going to give up that hard right at gamma neutral. If they push beyond gamma neutral, they start to squeeze out the 41, like the 4120, 4100 sold puts, right? What price are you planning to buy back your covered calls on GME? I was going to buy back my covered calls on GME if it began to realize some liquidity. So far, it is not. And so I have no reason to pull them back. I have well, now all of them out of the money expiring tomorrow. Um and then I have like May 19s, a few of which are still in the money. I think I have some in this account. Yeah. These are only up like 50%. I can wait on those. I'm not in a big rush. Check out volume on the QQQ 15-minute. Nice. Overall volume for the day on QQQ is still pretty low though. I don't see how bears don't try to take advantage of this right now. They're so close to squeezing out those short puts. They ramped up VIX $1. The short puts are fucked. Don't measure dogs, imagine scaredy cats. We have 2 more days of SLD. Believe it or not, SLD ends Monday morning. At 9:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Well, actually, Saggy Salamander, all the orders have to be in before the market opens at 9:30. So it would be a number set, including all numbers from 9:29 to 9:30, the infinite points in between those two. But not including 9:30:01. Thank you. Thanks for your direction and teachings. Made a lot this SLD, and that was thanks to you. Nice, Genghis Trump. Congratulations, dude. That would be a great time to come in with 6 billion negative gamma at 41.25. Give it a minute. Stocks, I swear to God, if you ask me what price I'm buying back my cover calls on GME again, I'm going to time you out for the rest of the day. There's not infinite points. There's only 1 minute. This is fucking first grade, Gork. There actually are infinite points. I made 500% zero DTE puts. I played it perfectly with moving my stops and taking profits. Fuck yeah, man. Can you discuss your CC strategy on GME? Yeah, when GME goes up, I sell covered calls on it. And then when it goes down, eventually, I buy them back. Or I let them expire worthless. Somewhere in there, I use the credit from the covered calls to buy fuckloads of puts. I think everyone's gamma calculation methods are super secret sauce. I mean, you could do your best to reverse engineer it, I guess. What's your, I mean, they're not that important. What's your favorite Middle Eastern dip sauce and why is it Bathinjan? It's not. Is the positioning there for more drops? It is, if it doesn't capitulate. Which it doesn't look like it's doing in any significant degree. Yeah, we're getting some put inflow at like 4120. We're getting a little bit of build up of in the money puts, 4140, 4135. So we might get a push down. Futures. Yeah, futures is running out of volume on the capitulation side, so hopefully that doesn't test any higher than 4150. Otherwise, we gotta wait for this to break down. But we can probably, I don't know, I'd say fill the gap here. Might be a little harder to fill these. Incentive to fill those, but might be a little harder to fill them. VIX back at 17 now. Power hour? Oh yeah, it is. Cool. It depends on what period you look at, Jake. There's T+2 effects from the SLD deposits too. Don't forget, because there's usually such a significant move that there's things that carry over. The deposit period still closes on Monday. Can the bearish power hour video be a clip of Elon's rocket blowing up? If someone wants to make it. In specific months, I think you'll find that the follow up price action, like Monday through Wednesday during the T+2 period, that depends. That depends heavily on the positioning that follows up after SLD and after OPEX, right? Now, once you start looking there, you're looking out beyond. You're looking out beyond the deposit period. QQQ is down 72 BPS today. How much did that rocket cost? Not as nearly as much as how much Tesla's market cap lost. Man, I called that shit. 129, right back down. Master of Lines. If these sold puts get blown up, does that change the ongoing thesis? No. Just prints long puts harder, right? Is this not a stop hunt for a massive reversal? I don't think so. I think they're just trying to push through gamma neutral. Bears are emboldened, and they have a lot of leverage at these prices with no resistance to the downside. Georg, I just want to tell you that I love you. Thanks, tenderized loins. We haven't broken down through gamma neutral yet. Don't start with me. Hold on. Fuck. All right. Oh, there goes gamma neutral. Is it monetized? Who gives a shit? Slight improvement there. Treasuries have been being bought today, so. Where does this end? I don't know. We're gonna start to get some short side put capitulation. 4100 is starting to look feasible. I don't know if we can see that by the end of the day, but it's definitely not out of the question. There's a gap between interest in 4115 and 4100 or 4110. Well, let's say 4115 and 4100. Interest is a little bit lower on those strikes, but with the momentum, I don't know if that'll matter. Oh yeah, and it's picking up too. Put interest is just rocketing to the downside. It looks like those short puts are starting to spread. So do you guys understand what that is? So they're buying puts ahead of their strike. Okay, so if you have a 4100 put sold, right? You know, the price starts dropping. You can buy like 4105. Yeah, so they're spreading. It looks like they're spreading their puts right now, which means more downside momentum, right? Then you close out the 4100 and then use the 4105 to offset your loss. They're spreading them out pretty quick. 4105 and 4110 are filling up. 4100's rocketing. Gamma's gone from 400 million to 700 million in the last candle. Looks bearish as fuck. Let's go. Took a while. Where did the bull market go? Ask the former bulls. You have to find them. They go into hiding. They either go into hiding or they pretend like they've been bears all along. It's always the same story. Yeah, Bob, where are you? What's the score now? Dipshit. Fucking asshole. Sold my call, Dad. All right. Ban the bulls. Ah, Hazy. Your wishy-washiness is appropriate for the amount of theta you buy. Do you think Jamie may go under 20? Yeah? Yeah, I know what I'm doing. Uh, 4,100, 8 million negative gamma now. Little stop loss hunt. Pretty sure Gherk CCs are dated in May. Not all of them. I have ones that expire tomorrow, but they're all like 20, 20, like 21 and up, I think. 21 through like 2350. I mean, if I sell them again, I'm going to sell them after the OPEX period, right? Tankerific. Like the ones that expire tomorrow. The in the money ones, I kind of don't give a shit about. I'll probably just leave those where they are. How high might we bounce here? I mean, there's some repositioning going on, so hard to say. Zero DTs are going to want to take some profits here. But I think there's a vested interest in keeping us below the flip point. Also, the market maker is going to work to keep us below the flip point as well. Zero DT put buying's obviously rocketing. We'll see. It depends. I guess it depends on how bearish the bears want to get right now. The only thing really stopping them is themselves. Yeah, there's really nothing standing in the way. I think it continues to be bearish. We got some short puts closing, looks like. Some of those more entrenched ones at the further dates. Those seem to be closing out. That's going to create some turbulence. Bob's still here. He's just giving me shit. I'm just fucking with him. What is the point of no return on the downside? Like where we accelerate for the next 2 to 3 days or more. Below like 40, 50 maybe? Hold on. I've got the work guys in the other room. They're fixing the sink again. Sorry, I'm in and out. Gherkin, hey, hi, it's me. What's up? Thank you, me, for helping all these dumb idiots make a bit of money this 420. Also, I think you, that is to say me, are really ridiculously good looking and ruggedly handsome, some say. What was I saying? Thanks, Pterodactyl. I appreciate it. Gurk, it's insane to leave when you have an open position. Also, Gurk. SPX is down 80 basis points. Why are you freaking out? I don't think anyone's freaking out, but we're below gamma neutral, which indicates a significant shift in the long-term trend. Also, a bunch of short puts at like 40.80 through 41.20 are going to start getting blown up on the dropping price and rising VIX. Short puts, which facilitated most of the upside that we saw over the last 2 weeks. So I think those are good reasons to be happy with the way the thesis is turning out. I don't think anyone needs to lose their minds, but you know, nice 100 BPS down day is always appreciated, if nothing else. Now a good time to roll some shit. What do you think I've been doing? Do I wait overnight? I have the same question with my SPX 4000s, but I only have 100 of them. But if we open tomorrow under 4,000, we'd be pissed. No butt liquor. I will not buy you a car. NVIDIA GN 265. That's correct. It's got about $5 more to drop. I have 4100s too, but I also have a fat stack of 4000s. I've just averaged them down all week. There was a point at which they were actually up, and I probably should have sold them all, but I missed it. So now my cost basis on them's like $1.20. Hypothetically speaking, if someone gambled their premium away for a CC, would they need to roll that CC out and down to get money to buy it back? Or is there another option? That sounds like maybe the only option. You could get assigned on it and then just sell a cash secured put. They're holding 4100s overnight. Yeah, probably. I think. But for yeah. You said buy you a car and YouTube showed a car commercial. Huh. Smart. It must be the AI. I'm holding my one DTE 4075s overnight because fuck it. That's kind of how I feel. Any upside SPX hedge for tomorrow? I might pick up I might pick up some like 40, 30 calls before close. Well, we're doing like a megaphone thing here. Hmm? Yeah, okay. Where the fuck do I have 421 AMs? Oh, those. I didn't mean to. Guess I'll have to sell those in the morning. Sometimes they're more liquid. I just bought them by accident. I wasn't looking at the contract I clicked on. Let's go tickle 4100 today. Maybe. After this test? Let me see what ES looks like. So ES pulled back just above 4140. Looks weak. Um, looks pretty bearish. All right, then rejected again. Hmm. If you had a GME 20cc for May and you're up a lot, would you buy it back and roll lower or keep the same strike and go further out waiting for a bounce? I probably would just leave it alone. I mean, how much are you up? When banks transition from LIBOR to SOFR in 2023, June 2023, do you think the peanut butter is going to hit the fan? It might. I'm sure they're well prepared for it, though. Is there a big difference in theta between SPY and SPX? Sorry, I'm a noob, and have been told to never hold SPY overnight because of how bad the theta is. No, the holding one GTs overnight is pretty bad. How low do you think Jimmy can realistically go? Any significant call interest that will try to save, or are all bounces just put capitulation? In this range, all the bounces are put capitulation. There's really not a lot of calls coming in. Interesting. I need to give the Bears a pep talk. We've been raked through the coals for weeks. Do not capitulate. Do not let up until we see the SPX beginning with a 3. Only then will I consider capitulating. Check DM. Later, box them. Very nice, Turek. Speaking of holding one DTE overnight, I have a SPY 1 DTE 4410, but I don't want to miss an overnight drop. That's fair. I don't think that's, it doesn't, I mean, it's not unreasonable. Whatever odds of opening below 4,000? Ridiculously low. I guess if we close at like 4080, it's a bit different, but I don't think we're going to. I think we're going to close somewhere between like 4120 and 4115 right now. Unless we get another big surge of like future selling, which could happen. The Bears are just repositioning, right? Closing out 4140s, 4145s, buying a lot of 4100s, 4110s, 4090s, and 4080s. NVIDIA flirting with 270. Can it go under today? Maybe? We'll see if we get another drop before close. We're dropping. We're not crashing, but we're dropping. TR down 2%. Market crash overnight confirmed. Do you think waiting for tomorrow to buy back a 519.22.5 CC up 75% is too greedy? I was planning the whole week to buy it back Friday, but I'm not sure if I'm too greedy on my first ever cover call. I mean, Jimmy slipped below gamma neutral yesterday. I don't think it's coming back up anytime soon. And if it does, it's not coming back up quickly enough that you wouldn't be able to exit a covered call that's $2 out of the money. Why do people think GME is going to go up like 10% overnight? Is this just like people that are kind of new to selling covered calls. So it's your rolls wax moat. How's Jimmy looking for tomorrow? Like a bag of shit. How low can you see Nvidia dropping with SLD? We'll see. I mean, the biggest problem with Nvidia is it's still above gamma neutral. It's not gonna leg down big unless it falls below gamma neutral, which would probably mean that we go into the OPEX period with significant short repositioning, and then Nvidia could leg down big. That's an ARC following a market crash. I would never buy an ETF again after what we've learned. At least not to hold. You alluding to a bounce next week? Maybe towards the end of next week, yeah. Middle to end of next week. 3M a buy here? Nah, it's still too high. I think it's too high. If you factor in projected growth in the lawsuits, it's still overpriced. I'm so poor that ETF is the only way for me to get diversified exposure. No, it's not. You just need to find better value. I know a way you could get some diversified exposure to all of fixed income. How is Upstart looking for OPEX? Not particularly special. Because capital accumulation takes time, Cobra. I've been waiting for you to whisper sweet nothings about mega cap earnings next week all day. Will you now? Will you know? Don't hold back on me. Tesla was shit. I bought the wrong contract, Yaga. It's cool. I mean, if it gaps down overnight, I don't give a shit. I'm pretty sure it's like unsettled funds though, so If Nvidia closes below 265 by when? Just it doesn't need to close below 265. It just needs to go below 265. Whenever it does it, not I'm not in a rush. SLD's not over till Monday. And all of you fuckers think we're in a bull market. It's crazy. Yeah, there could be a bounce towards next week. No, I haven't. Hazy. I don't know what you mean by when. Gamma neutral is at 265. I don't know when it's going to cross it. It's been like 4 weeks. Why are you bullish on Jimmy? Serious question. I have no cost basis. Well, I do, actually. I still have like $1 left I have to get rid of. But other than that, so there's not a lot of downside for me. I'm still bullish long term. I still think they can like turn it into a company that's worth more money than the current company. I don't think they've been doing a great job at it, but maybe they'll get better. No, I don't really trade FRC. FRC is too tricky. You don't know which way their exposure goes. I sold those like weeks ago. That was just FRC. Put profit taking from the 0DTs that are in the money. Well, at the money, I should say. I said I might pick up some like 41.35 calls. When does the megaphone turn into an uptrend? When it breaks? Forget a pause. People are out here calling for an easing before the end of the year. Well, that's when it turns into an uptrend. Going for that gap. Nice, Ben. There's a gap right here. 41, 27, 67, 65. Hmm. Hold on, I'm gonna pick up some 41.35s. 41.31 gap. Oh yeah, there's a little tiny one there too. Nvidia price action gets de-hedged tonight? What do you mean de-hedged? Let's just add them on E0 DT is closing. Jimmy sub 19 end of week? Maybe. Alright. I think I'm no, because they're not filling. What the fuck? Alright. I got a little bit of an upside hedge. I got stopped at a pigeon whale. Let the shame ensue. You piece of shit. Why would you spend $100 a month on something that you can't afford? You fucking broke dick, paper-handed bitch. I hope the Dans eat your body. Shame on you. Raw, of course. It's worse to be an ex-pigeon whale than it is to be a poor. Because at one point, you thought you were better than the poors, and then you became one of them. Do AM expiries need to be settled before market opens? Yeah. Ding ding. The day is done. SPX closing down 59 BPS. VIX closing above 17 for a change, which is kind of cool. Little pump there at the end of the day as some of the in the money puts sold off. It was a pretty fat block of them. We'll see how tomorrow goes. We bounced just back above gamma neutral. But we're not really in a range where there's any significant bullish interest right now. We'll see if any of that builds up in the AM session, but right now, you know, $20 south of any of the interest expiring tomorrow at 41.50. Most of which is gone at this point. Looks like we've got some nice put build up for tomorrow around 41.10, 41.05, 4100's looking pretty good. 519 is starting to look a little more bearish, just south of 4100. With 4,000 picking up quite a lot of interest for May. So, looks pretty good. 2 more days, obviously, of SLD still to be realized. And that's about it. Futures getting a little pump in after hours. Although the volume's kind of dying down off that too. Anyway, I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a great night, everybody. See you later.